Special Education, let us call our October meeting to order. As you can see from our agenda, we have a full schedule ahead of us today. It is my sincere hope that we can get our mandated report at least ready enough for final approval after we can email it out and just have minor grammatical and spelling checks to go through. I'd like to remind any members of the public that they are certainly welcome to address this committee during public comment time. I would request that all public comments be registered by 9:30 this morning. As a reminder to those who are watching, Continuing Advisory Committee exists to advise TEA of unmet needs within the state of the education of children with disabilities, to comment publicly on any rules or regulations proposed by the state regarding the education of children with disabilities, advising TEA in developing evaluations, I can read, and reporting on data to the Secretary under Section 618 of the Act under Part B of the Act. We advise TEA in developing and implementing policies related to the coordination of services for children with disabilities. And finally, advise TEA in setting standards related to significant disproportionality determination. We have several members of TEA staff that are available to speak this morning. Dr. Porter, are you here to grace us with your presence?
I'm not sure how much gracing I'll do, but I'm here.
Well, let's start the party then, sir. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me back. I think my section this morning will be relatively brief. There hasn't been a tremendous amount of movement since our last update from the parking garage in September. I have brought with me today my friend and colleague, Kristen McGuire. Kristen, oh, there she is. She's got her camera on if you want to give a wave. Many of y'all may be familiar with Kristen. She's been a fixture in special education for quite some time in Texas. Kristen is our new Senior Director for Special Education Programs and Policy at TEA. And so super excited to have Kristen here. She probably will actually be the one giving you updates going forward. I'm still available for anything that the committee needs me for, but that'll be a big piece of Kristen's job, is performing this kind of duties and taking some of that off my plate. Kristen came to us from TCASE, the Texas Council for Administrators of Special Education, and as their Director of Government Relations, she has lots of good policy experience. She also has lots of good classroom experience, which makes her a super perfect fit for this current job. Kristen, do you want to say anything? I've already given all the good stuff, but
yeah, well, thank you. Well, yeah, I'm super happy to be here. As Justin mentioned, I think it's exactly a month ago, came over to TEA and thrilled to be here, and continues to affect some change in the state of Texas. So I'm super excited to work with you all. Obviously familiar with your work and your commitment
So it shows that
to public education and students with disabilities. So happy to be here and happy to work with you guys moving forward.
great. So a couple of just quick updates. Like I said, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of movement. We're still, I know this committee is especially interested, as is the Governor's Committee for People with Disabilities, on the Digital Curriculum Accessibility Report. That is still hasn't moved out of senior review yet. Y'all will be probably the third group to know. Hopefully I'll be the first. Actually, Kristen and I will be the first, and then the Governor's Committee, and then we'll make sure that y'all are aware of that once that's broken loose. The updates related to OSEP, we're still in the same holding pattern that we were. I think I mentioned in September that We have just a few things hanging on from OSEP related to dyslexia. We had some requirements for districts to update postings on their websites. Our staff has been all hands on deck, checking every website of every LEA in the state of Texas to make sure that the districts had to tell us the LEAs, had to tell us they were compliant through the insurance process. And then we went through and verified that for all 1,207 LEAs across the state. And the last thing that we have in this is the other requirement was for all LEAs to send a member of staff who was well positioned, were the words, to bring information back to LEAs, and so related to the changes in the dyslexia handbook. And so we have all but 2 districts trained there. It's actually 2 charters that we're working with, and they happen to be brand new charters who may not have gotten the memo because they literally both of them just had kids start this fall. And so we're working with them to get them knocked out as quick as possible with that training. And then we'll be 100% done with the last thing OSEP asked us for. We've been in this position before where we thought we were done with 100% of what OSEP asked us for, and then they give us more stuff. So we'll see what happens here. I don't want to sound either optimistic or pessimistic about it, but we have, as quickly as possible, complied with every requirement from OSEP, and we'll continue to do so going forward. But all indications are that once we get these last couple of things cleaned up and get documentation to OSEP on that we'll be in good shape with them. So I'm going to turn it back to Kristen to give you all a quick update on the Sped Finance Commission. She has been hit the ground running with that. She was working with the commission in her previous role and has continued to do so in her role at TEA and support to the members of the commission. And she'll have a quick update on that, and then we'll open the floor to questions.
Yeah, so just in terms of the funding commission, we are waiting for them to schedule their next meeting. Of course, they have a report that's due at the end of this calendar year as well, that will go to the legislature on recommendations related to the state funding system for students with disabilities. So they've talked about a variety of different methods, which I'm sure you guys have talked about or discussed a little bit in your own meetings, but essentially they are still moving forward with an idea of transitioning our outdated instructional arrangement or placement-based system into a service intensity, or really trying to focus on what are each individual student's needs, and then that drives the state funding for that particular student. So they are working on different models associated with that. They've also heard a lot as all of the legislature and the interim committee hearings about the significant shortage of teachers overall, but especially in special education, where we have so many other professionals in addition to teachers that are involved in students' education. So they have heard about the need to really make some effort to recruit and retain all types of special education professionals, from evaluators to related service personnel, and of course, teachers and paraprofessionals. So they are, looking at different types of, incentives or some kind of recruitment efforts and retention efforts for those that are already in the public education system. So that, obviously those two are kind of their biggest things that they're working on, that they've heard over and over from, from stakeholders and, organizations in terms of what's needed. So they, not surprisingly, a lot of our lawmakers right now are kind of waiting for November 8th for a lot of reasons. So we expect the next commission meeting to be after the election, most likely, because we're already almost through October. So I would expect that they would get back to it after the election to discuss kind of their final recommendations before they put that in their report. So again, what's just as in your report, what's in that report then is dependent upon, particular legislation that is filed. So we will, continue to be a resource for that commission and for any, lawmakers moving forward in their introduction of bills. Speaking of the legislature, of course, we've got less than a month before bill pre-filing begins. So that I believe is November 14th, my daughter's birthday. So, and mainly we expect, as in previous sessions, that, a lot of the first bills introduced are typically refiles, kind of bills that were filed from previous sessions, just because those are the most, handy and efficient to go ahead and get filed. But we'll, of course, it's important to sort of watch what gets filed between the introduction of bill filing until the beginning of session, and then of course all the way through when it's cutoff time later in the spring. So we just continue to work with our government relations department as well when we get inquiries from legislators, and so happy to serve as a resource as we move forward. So we're looking forward to the session starting in January, and hope to see some of the commission's work get into some bills and some of your recommendations as well. So I will stop and just pause and see if you have any questions for Justin or myself.
Hi, this is Joanne Walford. I'm a parent of a young adult that sits on this committee, but I've got a question in regards to, you mentioned, shortage of teachers, and we're seeing that in our district, in the town that I live in. Is there any discussion regarding teacher contracts and maybe putting a little bit more of a restriction on teachers leaving, for instance, 1 week, 2 weeks before the start of a school year, like some sort of a restriction that can be embedded in their contract?
There hasn't been with the commission, since that's, really the focus of the commission is on the funding piece. But I know that the State Board for Educator Certification has had, several meetings, and the State Board of Education have had several meetings on that issue. I don't know, Justin, if you want to weigh in as well.
Just that teacher contracts typically almost always have a 30-day cutoff before the start of school, before a teacher can leave. And historically, LEAs have not really held teachers to that, but we're seeing LEAs sort of hold feet to the fire for that. If folks are trying to get out of a contract within 30 days of the start of school, we're seeing districts not be as lenient as they have been in the past. And that's just anecdotally hearing that from different people. But I think, to Christian's point, all of this will probably live large in the session this year, in the legislative session, just anything to do with teacher shortage, and trying to attract and retain folks in the field. I would anticipate that there will be more carrot approaches rather than stick approaches, because if you can incentivize somebody to stay, they're much more likely to stay longer than if you force them to stay through some sort of contractual obligation. So I would imagine that that's going to be the approach that legislators will take with anything. We have heard, and Christian already mentioned this, but we have heard lots of discussion around additional stipends and just what could they do monetarily to incentivize us. We've never not had a shortage of special education professionals in my entire career in Texas, and I've been here working in public schools since 1998, and it's always been a topic of conversation, but it's never been as bad as it is right now. And so I think probably especially for these teachers and high need teachers and professionals in general, high need areas, I think we're going to see quite a bit of movement during session to incentivize folks to attract them to the field and retain them once they're there. There's not one silver bullet to fix all that. It's a lot. That's an elephant that's going to have to be eaten in lots of little bites, because there's just so many things to be done differently. Lots of different ideas that hold a lot of weight and have merit. So,
thank you.
A quick question on one of the things we've discussed a lot on the committee is the changes of the funding as far as for services. My most common question right now is around behavior. And I think I've heard that there's been some presentations to the committee on how maybe behavior needs students could be funded differently. Do you have any updates at all on that, or kind of how that looks like that's discussions going?
Yeah, so part of, and that has been some of the discussion around intensity. And so, overall, the service intensity would involve, funding based on not just academic needs, but also behavioral needs. And so part of their sort of tiered system approach that they've been, talking about is, if you have a student that needs, quite a bit of assistance in functional needs, academic needs, as well as behavioral needs, that would be sort of addressed within the tiers. There's also this idea that they've created or discussed about kind of some additional service group funding. And so, potentially related, different types of related services would qualify for this kind of extra weight. And then, so that could, of course, include some, counseling and those types of things for behavior. If you have, potentially, requirements for students to have, a one-to-one adult to student ratio, either because of academics or behavior, that could trigger kind of this additional service group funding as well. And so there's different, they're not, of course, exclusively saying, well, behavior should get X, but they're thinking about it in the context of the overall service needs, not just academic, but also, functional, behavioral, and sort of weaving that into the intensity system. But that definitely has been a conversation.
Thank you so much.
And I would just add to that, that there's been quite a bit of conversation. This probably will be especially of interest to you, April, about perhaps funding some sort of grant program for seed money for some additional programs to provide capacity for day programs, like the partnership that Region 10 has with Wiley ISD. So that's one of the things that they have considered and have had lots of discussions about, is providing capacity in areas in the state where we have low availability of where it's more difficult for districts to provide that continuum of services that would include a day program for the types of kiddos that we're talking about with significant behavior needs that might need a more restrictive placement. They also, and Kristen already mentioned this, but really looking at the tiered levels of support that would provide for, rather than the current high cost funding and sort of rolling reimbursement that we do for residential, there would be just, this is how much for these two tiers, this is what the funding would be for that, so that to sort of streamline the process, and districts would just have access to that as part of their allotment, rather than having to jump through the hoops of the high cost fund and applying for residential reimbursement funds. So specifically for behavior, but as Kristen mentioned, there's not really anything targeted specifically for behavior, because there's, like, in that level of service, there's other kids with other needs may have that same level of service requirement. So.
That's so helpful. Thank you so much.
Any further questions for Justin and Kristen? Thank you so much. Kelly Goodman, so glad to see you back here. Please enlighten us.
Hello, how are y'all? So I'm the director for the SSES program, the Supplemental Special Education Services, and y'all are one of our first stakeholder feedbacks for our new rule. We're not changing a ton. We believe that this will come up at the next legislative session, where if we need to change more rule, it will be happening then. So I just want to kind of walk you through, I believe Stephanie sent y'all the kind of proposed rule. So obviously the things in there that are crossed out will be taken out, and underlined are the additions. We didn't change anything in the definitions. And then in section B with the eligibility, all we did was take out the words federally funded, because we do now have some state funds. So we wanted to make sure that it's just a one-time grant as far as this rule is concerned. And then any time where it said at least $1,500, or sorry, up to $1,500, we're proposing to change it to at least $1,500. This is due to the addition of the SSES Plus, the medically fragile group, and their accounts are $5,000. So we just want to make sure that that is also in rule. And then anywhere where it says supplemental special education materials, we are proposing to add the word instructional. That happens in about 5 times throughout, and that does match the definitions. And then the big change, or the main change, is that we're proposing to change in section C2. We want to add the sentence that TEA will use PEIMS, or the Public Education Information Management System, codes to verify eligibility in order to award accounts for the SSES program. This is something that we're already doing. This is what we use to verify eligibility as far as enrollment and ensuring that they are a student served through special education. We just don't have that in writing that that's what we use. And so when families appeal, we want to be able to point them to that. 3 is changing, but the wording is already there in C3, but we're just pulling it out of just currently what is C. Again, in like section D4, you'll see where we want to add the word instructional. And then one of the other changes is in F4, where parents now, due to the fact that we have a pretty long wait list right now, some families will not continue to be eligible, like their students will either be dismissed or they'll graduate or they'll move, one of those things. And so we want to add an assurance that parents and guardians who receive this award notification, whose student no longer qualifies under subsection B, shall notify TE of their student's change in eligibility status. That could look like a checkbox where the parents are having to check it, initials, some kind of assurance to where that when the families do actually get an account, that their student still is eligible for that account. Again, in G, in 1, 2, and 3, we added the word instructional. And then in section 6 of G6, we just forgot the word and guardians. So we're going to add the word and guardians. And then in H4, we're proposing to cross out what is currently 4, where account holders do not begin spending funds from their accounts within 6 months after creation. Due to the fact that we have like limited expiration dates on a lot of our funding, families are rarely getting up to 6 months. And so for us to put that in rule where it says they have 6 months, we propose taking that out, which would then make the or student no longer meets eligibility criteria set out in subsection B of this section. That would make that be the new number 4. And those are the proposed changes and additions.
Thank you,
That's
Kelly.
a good sign that there's no feedback. And I'm going to take this feedback that there isn't feedback as a good sign.
I do have one quick question. When are these rules and the rule changes going to be made public?
I am not 100% sure. This is our first stakeholder feedback. We have one more scheduled for the beginning of November. So hopefully if everything is slated, it'll be December, January at the latest. It'll be before the next legislative session.
Excellent. Excellent. Are there further questions for Kelly? Seeing none, let us move on to Kyla.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Kyla Jaramillo. I am the Director of Teacher Perspectives and Staffing, working with the Teacher Vacancy Task Force. And I know that Marilyn Cook had spoken with you a couple months ago and had asked for an update on the Teacher Vacancy Task Force. And so that is my purpose for being here. So if I could just go ahead and share my screen. And I'll share just a little higher level overview of the Teacher Vacancy Task Force. So the Teacher Vacancy Task Force launched in March with really 4 key charges: understanding challenges districts are facing related to teacher vacancies, sharing best practices for addressing critical teacher vacancies and shortage areas, developing recommendations for regulatory or other policy changes, and providing feedback on existing initiatives designed to impact vacancies. And so really our work is rooted in the fact that teachers are the single most important in-school factor impacting student outcomes. And you can see that our membership includes a variety of teachers, school administrators across the state, including special education representation within our committee. So this kind of walks you through our roadmap of where we've been and where we're going. So as I mentioned, we started in March reviewing the current state of teacher vacancies. We moved into June discussing working groups. And so I'll talk a little bit more about the rest of the roadmap as I get further. This is the input we've had to date. We had a survey on the website where we got over 2,000 responses, and we broke down that data and synthesized it and shared with the task force. We've reviewed state and national teacher surveys, education organization reports. We interviewed over 60 teacher finalists for membership, and then we have continued input from our 56 task force members in each of our meetings. And so the key challenges that we're seeing are tied to pay, training, and working conditions. And so moving along our timeline, in June, we started forming our working groups. So these are the 4 working groups with the topics that each working group is covering. So we have our Improving Educator Preparation Group, our Talent Pipelines Group, our Compensation Models, and Understanding the Teacher Experience. And within all of these 4 areas, embedded in them is strategies and solutions for staffing hard to fill areas, including special education, bilingual. August brought us to our initial discussion on trends. And so these are some of the trends that we have been seeing in our working groups. So starting with improving educator preparation, big trends we've seen are the expansion of year-long paid residency models, better defining characteristics of preparation programs, including strengthening partnerships between EPP and LEA partnerships. Expanding mentorship has been a big topic across all working groups, with talent pipelines, strengthening and incentivizing grow your own pathways, also supports for teacher mentors and teacher leadership. And then a big piece has been removing barriers for teacher reentry. And then so looking at compensation, increasing minimum pay scales, expanding differentiated compensation approaches, and considering a variety of leave options. Also, a big trend and theme has been considering options for districts to rehire retired teachers. And then the last working group is the Teacher Experience Working Group that really has examined climate and culture, has really examined teacher time requirements, and has really been focusing on how teacher schedules can be refocused to re-engineered to increase teacher planning time. These trends were shared at the September House Public Ed hearing. And then we had our most recent meeting in October, where we took those initial trends and began to synthesize them, work through. We have a framework that we're working through, further refining these recommendations. And then going into the December meeting, we'll have opportunities for the task force along with additional stakeholders to provide input on those initial trends, with our final report being produced in February. These are some key things the task force will produce. Resources, so all of our resources, all of our meeting notes, our meeting decks, the discussions are on the Teacher Vacancy Task Force website. We'll have those recommendations published multiple times throughout the year. So our October notes should be up by the end of this week. And then we'll have our final report published in February. And then you can just see the link to our website where we have all of our meetings, our agendas, pre-work, so the resources we're sharing, the presentation decks and summary notes. And then we have some additional resource reports and case studies that are all available on this website. And so that was just the quick update that I had been asked to share. And so just thank you so much for having me and letting me share a little bit about the Teacher Vacancy Task Force work.
Real quick, this is Agatha Thibodeau. Would you be able to put a link to the website that you referenced so that I can just put it in our minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Kyla?
Kyla, it's Aaron. In the exploration of different compensation options, is there any discussion about compensation based on particular skill sets or accreditations or some sort of like additional way of recognizing, rewarding teachers for things beyond just kind of the minimum necessary for the teacher position?
Sure. So the compensation group has considered a variety of options. They've looked at the teacher incentive allotment. We've seen several case studies of various districts across the state that have innovative compensation models where different staff members are paid different based on their role. So an example was in our last meeting, we saw an example from Third Future Schools that had a different pay scale. And so those have been studied and considered.
Thanks.
Are there any further questions for Kyla? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. Rahana Sykes was not able to join us this morning, so I'd like to call Julie Wayman up.
Hey, Jen, Julie was actually just supporting.
Okay.
So
Great.
actually, we're not going to have that. But if you guys want to hear from Project Aware, we can certainly ask them to come back at your next meeting.
Yeah, I think we can ask them to come back at our February meeting.
Sure.
Perfect. Well, friends, I think it's time to start the very much fun part of our meeting. I'd like to call, though, a quick 5-minute break for one very specific and odd purpose to make sure that I can share my screen correctly so that I can pull up the last report that we did, the final copy, so we can start taking a look at what is going to be included from that report in the new report. I know that there have been some significant topic overlap. I just want to make sure that we have our starting point. So if I can call a 5-minute break and stop recording so that I can get technology to work without it being recorded, how awful I am at this. Thank you so much. Before we get to the beginnings of our report, we do have at least one person that I know of that is signed in for public comment. Stephanie, do we have more than one person who is, I have Steve Alleman who has signed in. Has anyone else?
I have not gotten any emails, so I do not know about anybody else. So yeah.
Perfect. Then before we begin our work on the report, I'd like to invite Mr. Alleman to come and address the committee.
Hopefully this will work. I have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Very good. Good morning. This is Stephen Alleman with Disability Rights Texas. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again. And I want to, first of all, thank you for your service. I look forward to seeing your legislative report and know that Disability Rights Texas will champion your report and your recommendations. I'm sure that most of them we will 100% endorse and look forward to seeing just the final product so we have something to walk around to offices. But before we get there, I do want to emphasize, and I know you'll address this, but it's unfortunate, but we continue to receive reports about students with disabilities being abused and mistreated at public schools, particularly in comm rooms, in restraints. And there have been some unfortunate situations where even gone so far as to personnel being arrested, school personnel being arrested for abuse. So we just want to emphasize this morning, as you do come to the conclusion of your report, that you do put an emphasis on updating and strengthening our state law around the treatment of students with disabilities and calm rooms in situations of restraint, and that educators receive better support and training. I know earlier there was a question about behavior and about what might be addressed in terms of funding. That's going to be a big piece of it, but we would also ask you to just review our regulatory requirements and statutory requirements around behavior, around restraint, and ensure that those provisions are as strong as possible to safeguard our most vulnerable students with disabilities in our schools. We know that educators day in and day out are dedicated to serve their needs, but unfortunately we're seeing a troubling trend where more and more educators are literally harming and injuring students at school. And that's just obviously can't continue to happen. Thank you for your time and attention and service to the committee and to our state.
Thank you, Stephen. As there is no further public comment, I am going to share my screen. Obviously, some housekeeping corrections that will take place is the updated membership for the CAC. I'd like us to take a quick look
Are
at
prior
our.
members updating their bios as well?
What I'm probably likely going to do is simply take what's on the CAC website. If anyone has corrections to their bio or something that they especially want added in, I would encourage members to email me directly so that we can get that in.
Most of the roster is an actual bio. It's just name and title. So
Mhm.
most of us might need to do that.
Yeah, if there's anything special that you'd like other than your name and your title, by all means, feel free to email me, but I would encourage us to keep it brief.
Jen, if anybody does email you and they want changes other than what's on the CAC site about their bios, please let me know because I am responsible for getting that updated.
Delighted to do so. In fact, let's make that easier on everyone. If you wish to email Stephanie and Jen, please do so. Let me know when you all need me to move down.
Hey, Jen, this is
Yep.
Susan Nichols.
Yes,
I just had a comment on the second bullet that we see on the screen right now. We support efforts to ensure that every adult is prepared.
yep,
Are we really talking about staff?
yes. As I understand it.
Maybe that could just be a proposed change is every adult is just so broad.
Okay, that every staff member,
Yeah, that all public education staff members or something like
Okay.
that.
okay,
Again,
Yeah.
On the first bullet, we use our ARD, PD, ARD without first defining that.
okay. Okay.
which number this is.
This is page 6, bullet 2. We support the disability rights concept of nothing about us without us. It does have disability-related knowledge and experience, nor without active input from those closest to the student. I don't see the actual student mentioned here.
We should mention the student. I think it was implied by the first sentence, but we could restate that the student.
So instead of people with disabilities, it should be students with disabilities. Is that what you're suggesting?
Or repeat student, those without seeking active input from the student and those closest to them. Maybe.
Yeah, I would, nor without the active input from the student and those closest to the student. And specifically, that's, I think, where it needs to go.
I agree.
Okay.
There's one word that's like sticking out to me on the, we support efforts to reduce implementation of aversive behavior management strategies. On the phrase aversive, we really, in the true form of what aversive behavior management strategies are, we really shouldn't be using those in school at all. So I almost feel like it should be eliminate, because all of the things that we would put in a behavior plan or anything like that should all be positive behavior support strategies. I don't know of anywhere where I think it's where we would be okay with any form of aversive behavior management.
So what I'm hearing you say is strike, reduce implementation of.
And maybe eliminate, or
That's what I was gonna suggest, is we strike, reduce implementation, and instead the sentence would read, support efforts to eliminate adversive behavior management strategies.
that sounds great. I mean, I'm open obviously to other input, but that word is just really sticking out to me.
Sure.
No, I agree completely.
Okay.
Perhaps it could be, we support the efforts of teachers to institute positive behavior classroom management strategies.
Okay.
And I assume you're writing these down, or someone is?
Yep. Nope. I'm. Those here in the room can see I've got notepads all over the place. I am writing this down.
Jen, did you change that? Did you say you were changing reduce to eliminate?
Yes.
So I think we just want to be careful in that sentence that it's eliminate aversive behavior management strategies, but we don't necessarily, I think you still want to reduce, or sorry, I'm thinking through this as I read it. Okay, the word inappropriate use of in-school and out-of-school suspensions, alternative out-of-school placements, and law enforcement on school campuses. You don't want to eliminate those. You want to
Right.
reduce
Reduce.
the inappropriate. You want to eliminate the inappropriate use of those.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that makes, I've got that.
Okay. I think in school and out of school is hyphenated, but don't quote me on that.
I'll check.
Okay.
Do we have this in a Word document form?
Jen should. I sent it to her yesterday.
Yes, hang on, let me.
I
One
think it's in
second.
your Google Drive. I see it on the second
Yep.
tab.
Yep. Hang on.
Because if we're able to capture this in, you know, during this meeting, then we can vote on those changes to stay.
That might not have been the latest draft, but it was the latest draft I had in Word. So
Okay, well, it's a good starting spot.
Stephanie, do you have the original document that the PDF was created from?
I'm not sure if Stephanie has it.
Yeah, because here's the thing, I'm noticing even now that from what got published, I mean, comparing what got published to what we've got here, there's some pretty significant even.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it anywhere in Word.
Yeah, and this is Agatha. Stephanie might have access to it because Amy and I would have, you know, submitted it to TEA and then it still had to go through
Yeah.
legal. And
Yeah.
so they would have, Stephanie, would you have the most current in Word form?
Are you talking about from the last time it was submitted in 2019?
Yes. 'Cause
That's
Amy,
okay. It's on TEA's webpage, but let me look in the documents that I have and see if I can find that.
yeah, I mean, on TEA's website, it's just a PDF and that
Right.
way we can, yeah.
Yeah. Hold, let me check just one moment.
Thank you.
Hey, Jen, and really for the committee. So the third bullet there starts with, we support the right of students and their families receive information documentation in an accessible, user-friendly, and culturally competent manner. So I think all of us would view accessible as in barrier-free for people with disabilities. I think more general public would view of it accessible here to mean available. Oh, we posted on the website, it's accessible. I don't know if we want to do a parenthetical or a footnote or something that just specifically calls out. Accessible is the right word. I'm just afraid that some people may not interpret it the same way we are intending it.
Okay. Are we comfortable putting in barrier free in this third point, along with accessible, user-friendly, culturally competent?
I would just, what I would propose is accessible parentheses, i.e. barrier-free for persons with disabilities. Just so that we're clear about how we're using that term.
So what we're looking at then is accessible to persons with disabilities or accessible parenthetically.
My recommendation is accessible, and then afterward, parentheses, i.e. barrier-free for persons with disabilities, in parentheses.
Hey Jen, I remembered what I did. It's the one in the Google Drive titled Working Doc.
Okay, do I have that one?
You should. I shared it with all CAC members when we made it.
Okay,
Unless Stephanie has a Word
I'm
version
I'm
that I
still
sent.
looking. I'm looking through a bunch of files, so
I can reshare it.
Amy, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Send it to me. I am going to call a 2-minute break while we wait for the latest draft so that I can share my screen and we can move this process along.
Do we just want to say barrier free instead of accessible if we have to define accessible?
Hey, Amy, the reason I think we should keep it that way is we use accessible other places with the same meaning, and so I want to sort of
Good point.
convey that that's what we mean when we say accessible elsewhere as well.
Jen, on that bullet, can you also add the word behavior to positive behavior management?
I knew I was forgetting something.
There you go.
Hey Jen, can you zoom in? It's a little tiny.
Yeah. How do I, yeah, there we go. Ha! Sometimes I even surprise myself, y'all. How's that?
Good.
Thank you. I thought it was just me, and so I wasn't saying anything because I thought I just couldn't see it. Thank you, Amy.
Never be afraid to speak up in this committee, y'all.
Yeah, that was very helpful. I appreciate being able to see and not squint quite so much.
In fact, Jen, is there a way that you can get the page to fill the whole screen?
Let me find out. Hang on. How's that?
That's pretty good.
I think that's the best I can do without getting us motion sick.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll down some more, friends.
I have one for the last one.
Okay. Am I good to scroll down?
Yes. Your pace so far has been spot on for me, so.
All right.
Then on the last one, we support ISDs. So should that be LEAs? If we do switch it to LEAs, local education agencies, parentheses, LEAs.
I agree with Deanna. Rapidly changing world, not rapidly changing Texas.
Are there further changes for the vision and values section? Do we want to put in all students, or do we want to focus this? So I think we should focus this solely on Texas students, since we're only under the authority federally through the Texas, or we only advise the Texas Education Agency. But that's me reading through Deanna's message in the chat.
We only have the opportunity to change things for Texas, but is our vision that everyone should work this way?
I mean, at this point, I'd rather not confuse the issue and leave this Texas centered.
Right.
I do agree with that. I was just referencing the first Texas mention and leave the second Texas in.
Okay.
Oh, in that sentence, because we say it twice.
Yes, ma'am. That's, yeah. Thank you.
I would say take the first Texas off.
Yep,
There you go.
got it.
Perfect.
Okay. Are there any further edits to our vision and values? Excellent. Let us therefore continue. So this is where we're getting into all the topics and in what order we want them placed. I seem to recall, and now would be a fine time to tell me that I'm wrong, that we have maintained that we are concerning or supportive and concerned about the FIE.
If I remember correctly, the order in which we put them in last time was we ordered them by time that a student would encounter them. So
Okay.
first you have a full and initial evaluation.
Right.
Then you have data. Yeah. Deanna, I suppose we can, but this is just the executive summary. So we'll we'll fill in our bullets after we write the report, and then we'll summarize what we put in the report. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we're going through the executive summary, but it just summarizes the our recommendations. So we might want to go through and just kind of figure out what rollover recommendations we want to take directly from last year's report, because the information hasn't changed, and then we can go into some of our newest recommendations from our subcommittees.
That sounds like we want to go down to the actual body, and we'll just redo the executive summary once we've decided what we roll over and what we add.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we can look at the executive summary just to get an idea of what those what the highlighted recommendations are that we want to roll over. But many of them,
cut to the chase
mhm.
and go right to the recommendation section.
Yeah.
So I'm going to plead newbiness on this one. I see that in the background there's an administrative viewpoint. I assume that was maybe something that was added by EA staff after the recommendations was submitted.
There were some recommendations that we couldn't agree on because we have administrators on the committee. So when we had different viewpoints that we couldn't resolve, we had different recommendations slightly.
Okay. And I see the framework seems to be recommendation, which makes sense, background, which makes sense, and conclusion. Does conclusion serve just to summarize, or is that a
like
value add section?
What we would like TEA to do as like now that we've given you this is what we came to, or if there was any competing viewpoint, what was the conclusion that we actually came to as to.
Well, if it's what we want TA to do, that seems like it might compete with the recommendation.
Right. Most of the conclusions, we only differed them when we had competing opinions.
Okay.
But we can revisit that.
Yeah, this is Agatha. Piggybacking on what Erin and Amy are both saying is, what we can do right now is just kind of go through and see the overall what we want to use as a rollover recommendation. And then Erin, I would definitely love to have you on the editing committee, because you and some of the newer members alike will see all of our old recommendations with fresh eyes. And that way we can go through and we can change how we set it up and change some of the language and, just freshen up an old recommendation. Because, we've been looking at some of the same things for a while, and you and April and several of the other new members would really be helpful in looking at it with fresh eyes, if you wouldn't mind.
Happy to.
That would be wonderful. So we can kind of take it today as broad, like, do we want the initial and full evaluation to be a rollover recommendation? If yes, let's check that box. And then as we get into more editing, which thank you for being a part of, Erin, we can go through and we can finalize and really scrutinize the language. And then, present it to the wider committee and have vote on that. And that way, I think that might be the best way to go about it.
Yep.
Makes sense.
So as we go through each one, we need to stop and say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. I guess just on this first one, that as I'm reading that, because like I said, I think that's a great point. I get that helps because I wasn't sure what the conversation was before. But when I get to that final conclusion part and it says, make a verbal request, allow for parents to make a verbal request when a written request is not otherwise accessible. Just from the school district perspective, that will be almost impossible to track and keep up with, just because that verbal request can be made to anyone. So getting the time and the date that actually happened, and then following those very strict timelines. So I guess I wanted to hear a little bit more about when, what that meant when written request is not other accessible, because I would think my initial thought would be to try to eliminate the barriers to the inaccessibility rather than accepting a verbal request.
That's actually why we had the administrative viewpoint, because others agreed with you. But there are situations in which a written request would not be accessible because of language or disability related barriers on behalf of the parent.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we had the two viewpoints in there.
So I guess
so that's why we came to the conclusion of when a written request is not otherwise accessible.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I'm just thinking about us working with families. I feel like we would always, as a district, the district would either need to provide an interpreter or provide some sort of accommodation so that the parent could provide. There's like parent advocates that we would team them up, but there's so many things that districts would do to ensure a parent could get their wants and wishes in writing to the school in some way.
And that's why we said only when a written request is not otherwise accessible.
So I guess my thing of that is, like, how would you determine that? Like, who would determine that they had done enough that it wasn't accessible, and then who provides for that exception? Like, then would the district then write it on the parent's behalf and then document it that way? Like, just trying to work through how that would work.
Well, I mean, I don't think that is our purview as the CAC to decide how they would do it. But
It sounds like the problem trying to solve here is that verbal requests are being made because that is the only practical way that the request can be made. There's also the concern that verbal requests
don't know that they need to have a written request. So part of the recommendation could be, and I think it was in the discussion further up, is that we need to provide more education to parents about the fact that they need to have it in writing.
So maybe that's what we want to focus on here, is a different administrative rule.
It's in the second paragraph here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Agatha. And Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this recommendation or that aspect of the verbal request was stemming from the fact that many parents start finding out that their students are having struggles during the parent-teacher meeting. And so, the recommendation is kind of coming from the aspect of, during this parent-teacher meeting, you know, when parents start hearing that their children are struggling and they're saying, okay, next steps, you know, what can we do? That a lot of times parents think that they are addressing the issue of wanting their children evaluated during that, and not realizing that if they're not being told by teacher or staff that they need to put in a written request for that, that those students are falling through the gaps. Am I mistaken?
Yes, that was the original discussion. And we were also trying to account for the parents to where a written request would not be accessible to them. But we were trying to cover both things in the same recommendation.
Then it seems to me that what we could do here in this second paragraph is recommend that school districts make a written request available to parents at a parent-teacher conference, or at a
Like a
meeting
form?
discussing this.
A form for written request?
Yep.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I would agree with that.
Okay, let me. Should be able to.
Yeah, I think the recommendation as it's written is with just adding verbal and or is problematic, because it, to April's point, it opens up a lot of almost a Pandora's box. However, I think what we're trying to focus on is not that a verbal request should be equated to a written request. We're trying to make it as easy and accessible for the parent or guardian to make the written request.
I agree with what you're saying, Erin. Yes, that is it. So, you know, maybe just, you know, like it seems to be being added in there, you know, just making those types of forms more accessible to the parents when they have the interactions with teachers and administration, because, you know, oftentimes it's not something that parents are really prepared for, and that they may start finding out in school that their children are having struggles, and that they don't even know things like this are available to them.
Okay, take a look here, what I've got highlighted, and see if that reads right.
Probably just my only.
I'd have to see what the recommendation is above, because this has nothing to do with what we're recommending. This is just informational. Yeah, we need to change what's between recommendation and background.
I think my only feedback on that, on the address, because the written request form, I think that's a great idea. It's easy and simple. Is just that it still be giving to a campus administrator, not just a teacher, just because I know in timelines and delaying, there then becomes a stack on a teacher's desk. And sometimes that takes days or a week before the teacher gets it down to a diagnostician or somebody. And just when it's, I think the reason that Sped director and campus principal have been cited in the past is because then that person knows the sense of urgency around this has to get to like a diagnostician or a school psychologist like today. And we've found lots of stories where when they make it to teachers, they sit behind a stack of graded papers for a long time. So either in something about if we do it that way, then then the switch and the timeliness of that getting reported on, because the teacher isn't the one that initiates the evaluation process to get started.
That is true. And I will say this, I mean, I do think that we've pretty much agreed that this is a recommendation that we do want to roll over, and it will needs some further discussion. And one thing that we do need to keep in mind is there's a big difference between policy and procedure. And we're at the policy level, and the individual schools and districts have their procedure for how things get done. So we're not going to be able to necessarily get to a granular level on it. But, you know, we can keep an overarching, this is how CAC feels things should be handled, and then, you know, procedure comes from there. So just to keep that in mind.
Yep. So what I'm hearing is we definitely do want to keep the FIE section of the report. Yes?
Yeah, I'm seeing that, yes, we do want to keep that section, but we're not necessarily agreeing to keep it verbatim. So we're going to say that we do want it to be a rollover recommendation. However, it will, before we leave today, we should go ahead and
Absolutely.
have an editing committee that wants to, you know,
Yes.
focus in on language.
Then at this point, since we've agreed that we want to keep the FIE, let's move down to data privacy and see if we wish to keep that. Again, I'd like to keep this at a higher level, yes or no, going through this report so that we can have time for the editing committee to get this done.
Honestly, I think data privacy is even more important now that we've transitioned more into virtual learning. I feel like it's an even bigger issue.
Amy, I agree with you. I think as things get more and more digital, that, you know, the data privacy still applies. Most definitely, like you said, even more so.
I would concur. Impartial hearing officers.
It's still important, but it's not my area of expertise, so I don't know what needs to be added or subtracted.
Okay.
I feel the same way.
I would agree. Like, I don't know exactly what the language says right now. I know in the conclusion it says experience the field of special education. So if it's to emphasize that they need training and education, I would highly support that just because I sat in on a couple of due processes during my time as a director, and the one I had zero, didn't even know what the word like IEP meant. So,
Okay.
so depending on if that's the focus, that makes total sense.
I know that several bills were filed, but none of them passed. So
Then I'd recommend we keep it and we keep the language as it is. I see no reason to edit further, especially since if we're in the interest of getting better legislation passed. I think it important to keep this section, but not make any additions or subtractions. Thoughts?
agreed.
This is Agatha. Jen, I'm in agreement with you. You know, I just think that, piggybacking what was said earlier, it is very important that these hearing officers have some sort of background in special education. Otherwise, these kids are not going to be treated fairly if their situations are not understood.
Exactly. And I think that from what I'm reading here, we have a very succinct summary of that. We are to the point. I think we keep it as is and move on. Now, something tells me staff qualifications is going to be something that we want to keep in this thing. Could be wrong. Probably not, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that one. Let's keep that one. I know this is something that this committee feels very strongly on. So I'm going to recommend that we spend a more significant amount of time on looking through this one.
So maybe this is Joanne. Maybe this is a question for our special ed director that sits on the committee, but I'm going to share a very close and personal experience. My young adult is in an 18+ program. Teacher notified the district a week before school was starting that she was not coming back. So our program's being run by substitute teachers. I don't know if this is appropriate to add substitute teachers in this provision. But I'm kind of wondering, haven't seen a note come home notifying parents that the program's being led by, subs that don't have any special ed background or even certifications if they're retired teachers. I don't really know who these individuals are because they've been switching them in and out from week to week since school started.
I know that you're supposed to send out a letter if someone's not certified in a specific area. If it were me in my district, I would move one of my other teachers over to the 18+ program because I happen to have 3 teachers doing adaptive ed at high school and my 18+ teacher, and rotate a sub out of there because they would have direct instruction from their other staff. But I can also ask to get clarification if necessary.
So then would it be appropriate to add here under long-term goals here in the last paragraph? All certified educators
I don't think substitutes should be prepared to detect students with disabilities. That's a high bar. Educate, yes. Detect, no.
Okay.
I know that many of us have that as one of our responsibilities with our substitutes. That's part of our process, is to ensure that they have a whole hour on supporting special education students in the classroom. Again, I try to shift other people out. If I have a teacher out, I will shift teachers to try to meet needs if they're going to be out any length of time, a week or so.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick,
And I know
Jen,
that
go ahead,
I'm sorry.
please. No,
I was
no.
just going to say that I know that other directors in my region try to do the same thing, and that would be my guess across the state. I don't know. We might defer to Mrs. Strada to ask how things are in her region.
Well, I have called an ARD, and I have the ARD after this meeting, so I will find out.
I'm thinking about this too, because my own personal daughter is, she is a teacher's aide, and she was called upon to take over a classroom. And so she's an uncertified, undegreed teacher for 4th grade right now. And I'm just thinking about your thing about substitutes, which I'm wondering if we include substitutes if it's after they're in the classroom for so long. Like if it's just they're going to be there for a day, that's one thing. But I am seeing where, kind of like what you're saying, Joan, where the substitute or substitutes are in the classroom. So if the classroom is going to be unstaffed or for more than, I don't know, like maybe it's however many weeks that the substitutes are in there, because we do have an abundance of classrooms that are just being, and like you said, even if they're rotating teachers through, or they're trying to cover, but these people like my daughter and teacher aides and substitutes that are being asked to take over classrooms, I don't think that there's a venue for them to get proper training at this time. So we'll be supportive of, I know that all the schools are doing everything they possibly can to make this work, but we still have to figure out how to provide training to those that are going to be in there full, at any substantial amount of time, with proper training on child find and, how to, at the very least, implement the IEPs that are being given to them for these children. So
What about instead of substitutes, we just simply state including long-term subs? Because that's a very different animal than just for a day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
All right.
Jen, thanks for, I guess I was, this is Susan Nichols, and I was just thinking, I wonder if the conversation on substitutes is perhaps not necessarily a training issue, but an issue in how we place substitute teachers, and of course I agree that, their training is important, but I don't know that this is the right place. And perhaps it's a different issue in how we use substitute teachers,
Okay.
'cause I think when we're talking about training, we're talking about the training of special education teachers and paraprofessionals, and substitutes is a whole nother ball of wax. You know what I mean? It's just
okay. Then my question would be, do we want to add a couple of sentences in between here talking about long-term sub-training?
That might not be a bad idea, although just real quick, in that same paragraph, as we changed some wording in the executive summary, we had made some changes to, Texas to ensure every adult is prepared to interact. And we had said something about every I think.
Every public education staff member.
Yes.
We might want to make sure that those
We're consistent.
things match.
And that includes substitutes, because our substitutes considered staff. That's why, I think that's why originally we'd had adult in there.
Okay.
I don't know. Are substitutes considered staff members?
That is a question.
Yeah, I don't know, because are they considered staff members or are they considered contract? Because
It depends. It really depends on the
depends.
school district. It depends on, and you're also talking about private school. Well, not, okay, we're not talking about private school, but I know that in charter schools, different things like that, you may have these subs that are contract labor. They're only working a part-time, I'm going to be a long-term sub for 4 weeks for your school, but then I'm going to go take this other thing. So they're not always considered staff members, I would not think.
And I guess the reason I'm kind of concerned about putting them in here, not that I completely agree that substitute teachers need additional training, and probably especially if they're going to be in a long-term position. But when I think about what that would actually look like for a school administrator to make that decision, how would you train a substitute knowing that they might be here one day but may not accept the job the next day, And so to me, the policy is almost how should substitute teachers be placed, or should they, what training requirements do they need to be placed in these situations? Not how are we going to train them once they are placed in it,
Yeah, I agree with that. I also am struggling with the thing of, are we focusing on special education students here? Or are we saying that, are we talking about all subs across the?
Right.
And the other thing is remember, there is a staffing shortage. We know, right? We're already talking about that. Well, there is, along with that, there's a substitute shortage. And I've heard horror stories from people within school districts, and that, you've got people from admin coming to sub because there's not enough subs. You can't find the people to sub, or you've got them combining classes to cover it. And so I think by placing more constraints on who they can use as a sub, if I've got my secretary and she's well-trained and knows the kids and all that, and I can put her in there for a day, I need to put her in there for a day because I know her and I can trust her, versus here's my sub that's been trained in special ed. So if we start putting boxes around what the schools can do, are we really helping them, and are we really helping the students? Just wondered. My thought.
That's a really good point, Teresa. I see what you're saying, because it's just like, if we put too many constraints around it, I'm just thinking out loud here. But if we put too many constraints around something, we risk losing not programs as a whole, but what would be more detrimental to the students? Having someone in there that may not have absolutely everything that we would like them to have, or not having the program available to them because they can't find someone that has all the qualifications that we would like. Because of course, in a perfect world, everyone would have everything, and everyone would just be, they would just have every certification and everything, and I know that we would all love for that to be, and there are too many examples of completely unqualified people that where detrimental things happen. But there is a balance that we're going to have to strike at some point, especially considering in my district alone, in KDISD, the teaching that HR puts on, the teachers fair that HR puts on, usually they get about 3,000 people in and they got 300. So it's kind of bad. So it's like, what do we do? I mean, I don't know. I mean, Joanna, like your son is in a program, you know, I just out of curiosity, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what would be, what's more detrimental in a way? It's him not having the program, not being able to go because they don't have someone qualified, or them doing it with a sub who, you know, we're hoping has the best of intentions for the class.
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, number one, he's safe and we're well cared for during the day. He does have a seizure disorder. He's prone to having seizures at school, but this program is community based. So, you know, there's nobody that has their CDL license to drive these kids to go do what they need to do. And this is all driven by the pandemic. It's nobody's fault. I'm just getting a little worried because we're already at the close of the first 9 weeks. I don't have an IEP report card. I don't know that I'm going to get one. So, you know, who is qualified to be implementing those IEP goals and objectives? I don't think a sub's going to know what to do. So, you know, that's why I said I don't know if this is the appropriate place within the report, but I think it's something that needs to be addressed because these are the after effects of the pandemic. So it could be, you know, a pandemic is, you know, the current situation. It could be war. I mean, I think this is just succession planning in general. You know, every district needs to have an appropriate succession plan and not, you know, find themselves in this situation. Our situation, and I don't know, everything's been kept very private, and I respect that, but going back to my question to Mr. Porter about you know, knowing that an educator's contract, you know, begins August 1st, there needs to be something in there that, you know, restricts that person from doing something like this. I don't know what the circumstances are for the lead not coming back. It's not my business, but my gosh, you know, she's left 20 students, you know, in this predicament. So it's, you know, the program is a program, but at the same time, the program is geared to be a community-based program, to prepare these students for being independent. And, you know, we had pandemic first year, we had post-pandemic second year. This year we've lost our teacher. He's got one more year after this school year. And, you know, I don't see that he has reaped the benefit of being a participant in the program. So lots of things that I'll be talking about this afternoon, but I think this, you know, maybe it's more appropriate to say that an LEA should have a succession plan. And this is specific to special education, not the general gen ed population.
Yeah, Joanne and Agatha, I think those were great comments. And again, I think keeping this at the training, you know, Agatha, you mentioned something, would it be better if there was no program or an inexperienced teacher or something like that? And I think from where we stand, neither of those are acceptable, you know, right? Just because that's the state of where things are doesn't mean I think that we should make a recommendation that waters things down, you know, because we understand that there's a teacher shortage and all that stuff. I think our stance should still be that all public education staff members need to be highly trained, you know, need to have the training that they need to be able to serve the population of students that they're charged with. And so I don't want to see us water it down because we know that there's staffing challenges and things like that. You know, I mean, we understand those things, and we know you know, the challenges that public schools are faced with, but I don't think our recommendation should be to water down the training or to let secretaries be subs, or, you know what I mean? And to have people who are not qualified to teach.
Right.
Yeah. And you know, I'm just, as I'm looking over our minutes, you know, Kayla, gave us an update. There is an entire committee on teacher
Right.
shortages
Right.
and teacher retention, and their report is going to come out in February. And so, being the CAC, whereas we see lots of issues, and this substitute thing is it kind of fits into this, and it kind of fits into a category of its own. I think it might be beneficial to put something in there about, just recognizing that we have more and more substitutes filling in during this teacher shortage and retention issue. And I do think that we need to keep up with our updates from Kayla and look at that report. And, I sit on an IDD committee for post-secondary education. And so all of our committees, can echo each other's recommendations so that the voice from the special needs community is even louder. And so I do think that a blurb would be good. And then let's really keep our eye on this other committee, the teacher shortage and teacher retention committee, and see what they come out with in February. And of course, our next report can really hone in on some of the issues even more.
I think that's great.
Okay.
So Jen, I do think we're keeping staff qualifications.
Yes.
And we'll just.
I had that one highlighted.
Okay, I figured.
Moving on to educator certification and educator preparation curriculum.
I think we definitely need this section
Yes.
because some of the legislation on this topic was passed, but it didn't quite have the effect that advocates were hoping for. So I think we need to add some new
Okay.
language to it. But that
Okay.
is not the purpose of this run through. So I'll get to it when we get
Sure.
time to that.
Okay. Then yes, I would recommend strenuously that we keep this one.
I'm sorry, Jen, can you repeat the title of it? It was educator.
Educator certification and educator preparation curriculum. You good, Agatha? All right. Transition graduation requirements.
I'm not sure if is this because I know Amy and Aaron and there was a transition planning subcommittee.
Subcommittee. Yeah.
So Amy, are you guys planning on in adding to this transition graduation requirements or redoing it? Or just adding to it, I should say.
Probably adding to most of it.
Okay.
So we're keeping that section.
Okay.
Person-centered planning.
Originally, this was part of transition and we broke it out because we felt like it should be presented to students that aren't transition age.
Okay.
But I leave that to the committee to do with it as it will. I feel like we've had to become more person-centered in the pandemic with virtual learning.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's been any legislation on it specifically.
Okay.
And because this is a legislative report, it may just need to be folded into the other recommendations that we state throughout that we would like plans to be person-centered, like in the ARD related issues. I don't necessarily think it needs to be its own recommendation.
Okay.
People agree with me?
I
Or not?
agree. I think that there's certainly some excellent stuff in here that can be added in other sections. Okay. Looks. So that moves us to our appendix. Let me know when you need me to scroll down.
Is all of this an existing curriculum or is this a proposed curriculum that we're putting in the appendix?
That I don't. Am I good to move down?
Yes.
I know we've been reading a lot here. Do we have any further comment at this time on the appendices? And do we want to keep reading?
I think that our rollover recommendations, you know, if they pertain, if the appendices pertain to the rollover recommendations, then they'll need to go in, but otherwise, you know, I think the editing committee will definitely
Yeah,
have
if
to
these
look
are
at that
copy
more
and paste
closely.
from some other source and they're just here for information.
I think so.
I think the Agatha's point, which is if they're referenced, great. And if that's what, I didn't know if this was like new material or like.
No, this was all included in last year's report.
Well, I meant new 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Was it like, were we saying, hey, we should add these classes and here's the proposed curriculum for the classes? Or they're just like, we're just putting this in there for reference purposes?
I believe it's
only?
reference.
Okay. Yeah, then I agree with Agatha.
Okay. Then here's what I'd recommend. We've been at this for a while. I'd say let's call a 10-minute break and get ready to come back and start making the edits. And I feel confident that in the next 2-ish hours, we can have a document. Let us stand at recess then for 10 minutes and come back at 11:50-ish. So if I am correct in my assessments, and I believe I am, we have successfully made our changes to the vision and value statements. I think it would be prudent at this time, rather than go through the executive summary first, I think it would be prudent to simply go back through the main body of each one of our sections and leave our executive summary to last so that we know what we're simply cutting and pasting in. With that, I'd like to start with our FIEs. I know that we have already entertained some discussion on there. I'd like to know if there's anything further that the committee wishes to add in. I know that Aaron has had some conversation with us earlier regarding this.
Yeah, I think we need, well, I think what we decided on as a committee is the focus really needs to be on not equating a verbal request to a written request, but how do we give the parent or guardian the easiest way to get to from their verbal request, expressing their desire and want for the initial evaluation, to actually get that translated into the written request as quickly as possible. So the way it's right now, it's proposing changing the law to put verbal requests and making it 100% equal alternative to written. I don't think that's probably going to fly, but what kind of language do we want to put around, either as a statute or administrative rule or just policy of TEA and what do we want to specifically do?
Can I offer a suggestion?
Absolutely.
Can we say that a verbal request should initiate the parent being given a form in that meeting that will serve as their, and if there are access needs, the person giving them that form will help them fulfill their access needs and make sure that it gets to an administrator.
I like that. I think there's sort of an element in front of and behind that as well, which is one, being informed that only a written request will suffice. Two, providing that form, and we can, we can leave the details of that up to the administrative process. And then three, I heard this morning, I forget who mentioned it, that there's concern about it getting lost if it's just provided to the teacher, that it needs to be provided to a particular resource on campus or within the district. So I think there needs to be an explicit, doesn't necessarily have to be a person, but a mailbox, electronic mailbox, physical mailbox, whatever. Where does that written request need to go to ensure that it gets seen in a timely manner?
Take a look at what's highlighted and let me know your thoughts. Let's try that again. Please take a look at what I've highlighted and let me know your thoughts.
I think perhaps allow your parents, guardians to make a verbal request.
Okay, hang on. Allow for parent, guardian.
And then maybe it's a separate sentence that this verbal request. And maybe not even a prompt, maybe a stronger word, this verbal request. Not suffice.
Hang on. Nope, I got an idea. Hang on.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Shall initiate.
Like it. Like that better.
Initiate action by a school district.
Now we're going. Do you want to by school district administrator?
Staff member.
Or by the administrator?
I put in chat some language.
Seems like if it's only to any school administrator, it's very limiting.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron has put language in the chat that we might want to take a look at.
I like that.
Okay,
I agree. Yeah, just copy paste that. That's awesome.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, that is really good, Erin. Thank you.
Hang on. Why won't it let me copy?
Got to earn my keep on the editing committee, Agatha.
Okay.
Oh, you're qualified.
Copy, it's just Control C.
Yes.
Would it be possible to add that a form be provided by completely the suffices upon request? Or are we saying that we give that written form to everybody, even if, like, say a parent says, okay, I'll put it in writing. Are we still requiring them to hand them a copy of the form, even if a parent doesn't need it?
I think it might be easier to track if everybody uses the same form, but that's just me.
So
I do think that we're getting into an area of policy versus procedure. I think that you know, if we're asking for the policy recommendation be that forms are able to be provided, you know, then that would suffice from our level as, you know, that would then be up to TEA to provide the form, right?
Right.
Yes, no, I was just thinking on the way that it's written, so beautifully written by Erin, is that right now it reads that they have to do all three of those things. And I think I was just trying to say, I'm just picturing a teacher in a conference sitting there, and if she tells a parent like, yes, we have to do that in writing, and the parent says, no problem, I'll get that submitted tomorrow. Is she still required to go download that form, print it out and give it to that parent, even if that's not the request by the parent?
I don't think, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think it's the form. I think they're required to take any sort of written one. I think the goal of B is to try to make sure that there is something provided. I think, I don't know that I want to get into writing TEA policy here, more just our recommendation. We could also write that if, you know, I don't want, we could put that an optional form be provided, but that sounds like I want to be required that a form be provided. It's just that that particular format is optional, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, one of the things that I have learned being on the committee for a little bit is that, you know, sometimes as committee members, we feel that everything needs to be, you know, like we have to write it and they would have to go by it. But I've been told in the past by several different people and advocates and things like that, that really, you know, in a way, it's best if we're a bit general, and then that way, as legislators and things and other people read our recommendations, they're able to formulate the way that they would like. You know, we can maybe word that differently if we'd like, but you know, we don't want to get too granular, because they don't have to adopt exactly what we say, but we're just recommending that basically a form is provided if a parent or guardian doesn't feel comfortable writing a written request.
Yeah, but then they're gonna go, what does comfortable mean? A form will be provided as an optional guide for parents.
Okay. So instead of form, do we want to use process? That a process be provided that completely suffices for making the written request? Does that make sense? And and can we agree on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. All right. Is there anything else to full and initial evaluations?
Claim victory. Move on.
Hearing none. Let's move on then to data privacy. One quick thing, just grammatical. This is a broken sentence.
In the second line, it says, or attitudinal data geological information. Are we really concerned about geologic information?
I'm sorry, where am I looking?
It's the second line after recommendation, so right, it should be, you have to scroll probably. So all the way up
We mean geographic information,
there.
attitudinal data, geological information.
I think that should be geographic, actually.
So attitudinal data, comma, geographic
Yep,
information.
that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Okay. What else?
Another, where it says school districts, LEAs there, so that it includes charters. And we recommend TEA.
It says see Appendix B for possible language, but we don't actually have an Appendix B. We had appendix, that's all.
I'd have to look.
It's just highlighted yellow. And I don't think we need to worry about that. That's just a editorial thing.
Is there anything further that we would like to add to data privacy? Seeing and hearing nothing.
Well,
Let us
actually, we talked earlier about adding language about how strenuous it is that we do this because of COVID and everything being online.
Okay.
Do we need to add that in the data privacy section, or do we need to add that in the COVID section?
I think COVID section. I mean, we can certainly add it here, you know, I can add a sentence here. Hang on.
Do we need reliance or do we need use of technology? Because I think if we say reliance, then they're going to question our need for more staff.
Yeah, there's that. Okay, take a look at that.
I like the way that reads.
You like it?
I do.
I
Okay.
agree.
Then are we agreed that data privacy looks satisfactory? I will take your silence for compliance.
I agree.
All righty, impartial hearing officers.
Jen, this is Agatha. I want to say that we agreed that we were going to leave that one because we liked how it read.
Yeah, I thought that there was nothing that we wanted to change on that one. But I wanted to give folks another opportunity just to make sure.
Mhm.
But from where I'm sitting, this is fabulously written, conveys all that we want to, and I think that we can move forward into other areas of this report that need our attention more urgently.
Seconded.
I think this section might need a little help. Or at least want more attention.
Is that first paragraph necessary? I mean, we already know that they're doing that, aren't they?
I think we do need it. If nothing else, to remind folks what is proper evidence-based practice and who's keeping track of it.
And then now I'm rereading it, This is something new with staff qualifications, does it? It's about transition plans.
Can you pull, yeah, I was gonna ask, can you scroll, okay.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Erin. As I'm reading it, it's talking about transition planning. Improved transition plans.
We only have a
And-
separate one on transition plans, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
I wonder if that was just like a copy paste error there.
Could
That's what I was
be.
wondering.
Yeah, it might have just been something that we didn't quite catch.
Okay. Yeah, happy to get rid of it.
Can you add the word staff after professional, in between professional and development?
Is that in both places?
Yes, I think so.
So I'm just reading this because I wasn't here for discussion last year, but on the part about the bachelor's degree, is that for encouraging all aides to get their bachelor's degree within 2 years of it being implemented?
That was the discussion last year. But we also had a lot of discussion about or other relevant experience.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say I don't necessarily agree with the bachelor's degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about it, which is
Only
why we
because-
ended up with within 2 years.
Yeah, I think I would love the thing of or other relevant training or something, only because in seeing that, well, one, like I think there is something in there about you'd have to fund that for all of those teachers or those pairs, but also then we're going to lose, I mean, then those pairs are going to get, become teachers, and then we'll, it's just like kind of a ripple effect of, and not all of those people want to get their bachelor's degree, but they definitely, I think we all agree, need relevant training. So it's great.
Yeah, and I think where we need to be careful in education is what are we requiring our paraprofessionals to do? I believe that, it's the teacher holds the responsibility in making decisions and generating plans and ensuring that they're being implemented. And it's the paraprofessional's responsibility to implement those plans, not to create them, not to take the lead. And so I think what we've seen is that, you have like paraprofessionals leading classrooms and things like that. And so the problem isn't necessarily that they need a degree, it's that they need to be doing the work that they're paid to do and assigned to do. Because what we really need is more teachers, right?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Susan. I think in encouraging on a district level and on a school level, encouraging people to want to move up.
Yeah,
the chain
pathway
is
to being a
great, but
teacher. Yeah.
I don't think that that's something that we can put in statute. And I don't think that I would hate for someone to see, that and go, well, shoot, I don't know if I even want to step step into being a parent if they're just gonna, make me do all this stuff to be a teacher.
That's
Right.
right.
Some people just
maybe
want
relevant
the
experience.
part-time work. Some people
Yeah.
just want,
Right.
Maybe we do relevant experience instead of relevant training, because some parents are going to have relevant experience.
There you go. I like that.
But I think it's still reading.
I think we can take this is just me looking at it, but I think suggesting that existing staff be encouraged, I think we should maybe focus a little bit more on what types of
Specialized training.
recommendation that we think paras should have.
Yeah.
If paras are dealing with behavior, then it would probably be better for them to have adequate behavioral,
Right.
training than being encouraged to get their bachelor's degree.
That's correct. I agree.
What is going to help them in the classroom, and everybody needs to, stay in their lane, and they should be encouraged when they're asked to do things maybe outside of their training to, be able to say, I'm not qualified to do that.
Mm. I think
Or-
maybe instead of behavioral training, it's specialized training. So for example, you might be asked to work in a preschool classroom, with children with, severe behavior, or support a high school student in algebra, and so we're really talking about the specialized training that they need to work with the populations that they're assigned.
Mhm.
So that they all kind of come in with this general baseline knowledge of, accommodations, modifications, their roles and responsibilities, some positive behavior supports, whatever that, that looks like, but then that they have the opportunity to receive specialized training related to the role in which they'll be working.
Okay, how does it read now?
Like it.
Okay. Claudia, I like what you put in there.
Is this due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic?
No.
No, this
It's
is
always been a need, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have spent a lot of time.
Exacerbated by
Oh, that's correct. This has been a problem for maybe
Yeah,
before
I
the
think
pandemic was a
COVID
problem.
highlighted certain things, but these were issues,
Right.
that were in our first report. Our last report was really during COVID, and so we made some things, I don't want to say COVID specific,
Sure.
but we highlighted the COVID aspect of them. But honestly, I don't. I'm not saying like, oh, COVID's over or anything, but technology was highlighted during COVID, but we need to have good technology, and I don't think we would have it hinder on whether COVID exists or not.
Maybe we could say as highlighted by recent events.
I mean, we could, but I mean, the thing is, the training and instruction, we're just saying it, and does it need to include an emphasis on virtual learning and technology
don't think
skills?
so.
Because the only thing that the thing that I don't necessarily agree with is that, oftentimes more and more is being pushed on technology, and we're using technology in lieu of having hands-on, and there's just nothing that can compare to that. Dreambox is not
Agreed.
going to teach math better than someone sitting down with a child and having them, if they're a tactile child, counting blocks. And so to emphasize technology, I think could hinder more than anything else, because the majority of kids, some of them, and I mean, I'm thinking of I'm thinking of a life skills student, because that's where my son's at. But
as I'm reading this, I think perhaps I maybe jumped ahead when I said, is this a COVID-19 thing? I was making that statement and related to just the specialized training piece of it, that's not necessarily a COVID-19, but I think that statement was before the emphasis on virtual learning and technological skills. So perhaps we can move that first sentence toward the end and really highlight, I don't want to speak on behalf of the group, that we think that they should get specialized training to work with the populations they're assigned. That could include a whole bunch of things, including virtual learning, behavioral supports, academic, you know what I mean? Math instruction,
Absolutely.
whatever.
Absolutely. I mean, and maybe that's, Susan, and I agree with you. I think maybe that's the thing, rather than going into it and saying an emphasis on this or that and highlighting only certain things. I mean, if you're working with a high school student who's, AP, you're going to need a certain set of skills, and maybe technology is something that you would need more than someone that's working with a PPCD program, and they need more behavioral. So I think leaving it open to what the, I don't want to say setting, but the population, whoever the kids
The
they're
student
working
you're
with.
serving.
Thank you.
Again, with the person-centered, we're putting throughout, we said.
Yes,
Why
exactly.
don't we put the individual populations to which they are assigned?
Right.
I like that.
Or individual students, even students populations, I could see, either of those.
Okay, how does that look? We good?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, this is the one I wanted to change.
Okay.
So about the differentiated learning.
Yep.
The law was passed and it became a law, but for teachers that are not currently pre-service, whether or not to get people trained and whether or not it will be implemented in a school by new teachers or existing teachers is up to the decision of the principal and whether they can get it funded. So I think we need to make a recommendation that it shouldn't be based on a principal's decision or access to funding, whether or not teachers implement what they've been taught. But I'm just one person. Y'all can let me know.
You can give a little.
Can you go up a little bit?
So Amy, do you mind clarifying a little bit more what you're saying about the principal deciding? I haven't heard that before.
Hey, Amy, you're on mute. Hey, Jen, do you mind scrolling up just a tiny bit?
So the new law says that, yeah, it's going to be included in pre-service teachers' curriculum, but it's up to the discretion of the principal whether or not in-service teachers are going to go through the training and whether it's actually going to be implemented in a specific classroom. So I'm wondering if we need to make a specific recommendation that it shouldn't be left up to campus by campus whether differentiated learning is implemented. That's what I've been hearing from other advocates.
So you're saying, Amy, that this should be a mandate of TEA and not left?
Well, the actual bill says that the law says that it's up to the principals, and I would say that we need to recommend this TEA that the law not be permissive, because the existing law was principals can get their teachers educated on differentiated learning if they want to. So because they made the law permissive, it didn't change anything.
So what I'm hearing you say is instead of request, right up here, require, and then cite the law.
Yeah, but the law says it's up to the school principals to decide.
Okay.
So are we requesting that TEA recommend that the legislature change that language back to its original intent? Or can we do that as the CAC?
I don't know if we can.
Right. Can we recommend that TEA inform their principals that this is a best practice? In light of the original bill? Or just inform their principals that this is a best practice? Period.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused. I mean, because I'm just looking at the previous recommendation, which was short-term, and then this one is long-term, but.
Can you go up even further to the whole section?
Sure.
Is on staff qualifications. So the first short term is on paraprofessional training, short and long term. Right?
Yeah.
And then if you go down to the next one, the one that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
keep going down. Well, oh no, okay, I'm sorry. Then this one is specifically about differentiated instruction.
Yeah. And the reason why we had it under long-term is we weren't sure if the bill was going to pass, but it did.
Say that again, Amy.
The reason why we had it under long-term is we weren't sure that the bill was going to pass, but it did.
Oh, okay.
But the bill only says that the principals can decide whether differentiated learning is going to be implemented. So I'm proposing that we add something like after lesson plans to, we recommend that TEA inform school principals that differentiated learning is a best practice.
Okay, take a look. I don't like encourage.
Is, and I don't mean to jump ahead, but is C, like the third paragraph where it says C paraprofessional personnel, you know, where it's talking about that code? It's my understanding that that code's not related to differentiated instruction. Is that correct?
Right. They're two different recommendations, but they're both under long-term.
Okay, it's separate.
It's
Yeah.
it's a
Okay.
spacing issue.
So do I need to get rid of this right here? Just-
I guess how and again, I wasn't, you know, maybe as instrumental in proposing this last year. So if I'm coming, you know, I'm looking at it with, you know, new eyes or whatever. I see this recommendations long-term because they're all under that same heading. I kind of feel like it's all related to the same thing.
Mhm.
So it seems like that first paragraph, as I understand it, is about differentiated instruction.
Mhm.
And then you're going on, and then the second paragraph, which I know we haven't gotten to yet, is about
Hang on.
So yeah, short term is what they should do right now. So long term is saying, hey, first differentiated instruction. And then are we second saying amend the following, you know,
Right.
that following code?
Yeah.
I think that could be clearer. You know, to me, it looks like we're talking about the same thing still.
Yeah. Maybe add some more spacing in there.
Or like a bullet, you know, short term, like number one, do this, or I don't want to get bogged down in formatting or anything, but.
No, but it's good. I mean, I think, and you know, we can, I think we've got, the heading of staff qualifications, and rather than saying recommendations, short-term and long-term, why don't we just put differentiated learning? I mean, that way they, it's just a subcategory under that, but that way there's no reading into it. It's just a subheading.
Was the difference between short-term and long-term is that these are the things that we need to do immediately, that we want to do immediately, and these are the things or priorities?
Right. Or these are the things that we think would be easy to implement in the short term.
Okay.
versus in the longer term.
So
That's
kind of like your low-hanging fruit, and then
right.
so maybe Jen, it's okay to keep it as short-term and long-term, but maybe just under long-term, just have different headings like differentiated learning, and then
And I'm not sure that differentiated learning should go under long term anymore because the bill passed. Last year it would have been long term.
Okay.
But this year it's short term.
So maybe just cut that paragraph and put it above.
Right.
Okay. Keep the long term. I think oh, sorry. Yep, there you go.
On this one that we're looking at, the qualifications, paraprofessional, is that wording, what parts are we adding? Or which part of that got adopted already? Because the law reads similar to that. Is there a part of that that we're adding to the law? Because right now it reads, paraprofessional personnel must be certified and may be assigned to work with eligible students, general and special ed teachers, and related service personnel, educational aides.
That whole paragraph was us quoting and then the subcommittee supports the efforts.
Okay,
Okay,
so maybe, yeah. So what's on page 16 is different, right? We're sticking to. Because that's about detecting disabilities. Can you go back up to 15?
Yep.
Sorry.
What's on 16 is a different recommendations.
Okay.
You are correct.
So the recommendation for 15 is on page 15, sorry, regarding the amendment. This should include efforts. So this is really again about specialized training, right?
Right. And student-centered planning.
Say that again, Amy.
And student-centered planning.
Oh, okay.
As well.
So it currently reads that they should be certified and that they might be assigned to work anywhere and do anything, right?
Yeah.
And we want to amend it to say that they should receive specialized training.
Right. For the students that they are serving.
Uh-huh.
Because of all these things.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this.
I think we should take out interact with every student and say interact with students, with assigned students.
Or is prepared to support the educational needs of their assigned students.
Yes.
okay.
And are we just talking about, again, paraprofessionals?
Yes.
Okay. So
Well,
it's every public education staff member?
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing y'all say is get rid of what's highlighted.
Right.
And change it to educate every student.
No, change it to
support the education.
Support students to whom they are assigned.
Or to support the education of assigned students.
Yeah.
And maybe in the first sentence, the subcommittee supports efforts across Texas to ensure every public education staff member. How about that being every paraprofessional?
Right.
Can do.
Every paraprofessional is prepared to support the education of assigned students.
We need to get rid of this.
Actually, I think because, as I'm reading what the code is, to me, what the code is saying is that you could be assigned to do anything anywhere. Is that how you read it?
Yeah,
So I think what, so it's saying you're going to be certified and you might be assigned to work with general education students, special education. You might be a job coach. You might do administrative duties. Is
Might
that
have special education students in the general ed setting if you ended up with me.
I guess what I'm saying is that how the code, is that the intention of the code? And then,
The way that I read it, yes, but I think we lost Jen.
uh-oh. You're muted, Agatha.
Yeah, it seems that we have lost Jen.
Erin is in the same room. Do you see, Erin, do you see Jen?
I think we lost Aaron.
Yeah, he was joining by phone. Let me see, I can tell you. It shows that Aaron's still on by his phone.
Jen might have just lost
Maybe he has his volume down.
connection.
Yeah, that could be because they had some feedback. I would just give her a second to see if she
Yeah.
can reconnect.
Maybe she lost power.
There, he just popped in the chat. He said that she ran out of battery. She's reconnecting.
I'm gonna grab some water while we're doing this.
Awesome. Thank you for that, April. Appreciate it. Do you want to take like a 5-minute break or 10-minute break? Oh, no.
I'm here.
There you are. Okay, great. Thanks.
I completely lost power.
Got it.
I'm not okay. I will be after today. But right now, I'm kind of a hot mess and I appreciate you guys. Ah. There we go. All right. We're back and we're big and we're cool. What did I miss?
Nothing really. Everything stopped when you
Died.
blinked out. So I think Susan and Amy were in the midst of kind of clarifying that. I think we were talking about paraprofessionals.
We stopped
So we're-
functioning without you, Jen.
I mean, look, I stopped functioning without myself.
You're well needed.
Look, Aaron got to watch me lose my mind because I was plugged in and I thought I was good. And the outlet was like, not feeling.
It's like when you plug your phone in at night and you think it charged and it didn't.
Yes, that.
No, I think the last question is that someone asked about how it was worded, about the intent of the wording, and that the paraprofessionals must be certified to work with eligible students, gen ed and special ed teachers, related service personnel. And I think that Amy was saying that that's what she thought the intent of it was. I guess I think maybe if we all could just regroup on what our intent of this purpose is here. I feel like I'm losing what we're actually trying to accomplish here.
My 2 cents on it. Well, I mean, I think from the original, because this has been a rollover recommendation from our very first report, and basically it is that paraprofessionals do not have any continuing, there is no standard for them to have any sort of continuing education. And so the original recommendation was saying that they need to have some sort of continuing education to keep their certificate. That way they don't just get it and then it's just 15 years down the road.
And we also added this particular year, we added that they need, if they need specialized training based on the student that they're serving, like if your student is an AP and you've never been in an AP classroom before, even as a student, you should get some training in that, or something like that, where like some of your training should be based on the student that you're matched with.
Should the statement that we made above kind of come under this?
That's what I was wondering.
Needing specialized training.
Specialized, yeah.
Because to me, this sets it up. It's like, here's the amendment, or here's the code right here. And maybe italicize that or have it stand up. And then this is how we think it should be amended. And what we're saying is that we think paraprofessionals should have specialized training. And so it's maybe getting lost, or we're saying it again. I think it could be, if we're kind of confused by it, then they're likely confused as well.
I think the legislative language is actually, the statute language is in the appendix.
Oh, okay.
Because this is the one, Amy, that you and that Shamika was part of the group, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I think the actual legislative language is in the appendix of what the statute should read, and this is kind of supporting
supporting our
yeah.
I think that piece right there, that start is pulled exactly from.
That is the exact language.
Mm-hmm.
So does it need to be?
We should italicize it if we keep it in there. If we keep it in there, we should italicize it if it's the exact.
Okay. The reason I'm starring it is so that I can go back and italicize it and not lose
Yeah.
anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great.
Good.
So
Yeah.
that's why the star is there to remind me when I go back through.
Yeah,
And
and it
do
helps us see
final-
where the code
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
and hey, Jen, I just wanted to kind of make you aware of the time. It's almost 1:15, and
Yep.
we still have a few things that are
Yeah.
left on our agenda, and I do think that we should probably get volunteers for an editing committee.
Yeah.
So that the editing committee can go ahead and make the edits and then bring it, we can bring it to the group for approval, but we also have 2 sets of minutes to approve, and also need to get recommendations for our next meeting and any future meeting dates before
Agreed.
before
Okay.
the report. And then, of course, we still need our February meeting date.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Amy's got her
Um,
hand up too.
What's up, Amy?
Raising my hand for wanting to be on the editing committee. Me,
Honey, you
me
thought you were
being
gonna get a choice. You're so cute.
Thanks for volunteering, Amy. You were
'Cause
on
you were
there.
about to get added by your chair. Sorry, honey.
Vice
Yeah.
chair is always on there.
Okay.
Oh, real quick, Aaron's saying that he has some digital, sorry, it went off, but Aaron has some things to send. And plus, Jen, you were
Yeah.
saying that, yeah, you had some dates that you wanted to get everything in by.
Stephanie has alerted me that we need to have the report to her fully by late November, early December, in order to make sure that TEA can review it and get it to government relations.
When you say late December or late November, early December, what date is that? Like, what's the latest?
I would say if Stephanie, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're going to give TEA enough time to get this to where it needs to be out and about by December 31st, I would suggest that we need to have this report to Stephanie no later than Monday, December 5. Does that seem reasonable? Because that's right after Thanksgiving.
Are you asking me if that's reasonable?
Yep.
I wonder if we could have it by December 2nd, which is that Friday, unless you think you guys are gonna work over the weekend.
You're cute. Yeah, December 2nd sounds good.
Okay, that'd be great.
So here's my question in the immediate, Agatha. Please remind your chair because she hasn't slept much in the last couple of weeks. But from what I remember of last year, we did not convene another meeting to fully vote on changes of an editorial nature to the document. We simply sent it out through then Keith, but now Stephanie, had members comment and then did a doodle poll to confirm whether or not we supported this document. Am I correct in that memory, or am I losing my mind?
Yes, that was mostly it. We had an editing committee, so everyone agreed, everyone in the committee agreed, then it went to the editing committee. And then it just went out for a final review, and it was basically, if you have any comments, make them. If not, we're assuming you're giving us
That
the thumbs up.
your silence is compliance.
So, since we don't have digital accessibility on here yet, do we need another meeting to vote on those, or do we do that by email?
I think we'd have to do it today.
Well, I mean, we can do, in my opinion, we can do one of two things. I mean, we can have one more meeting before all of this is done, and all of the individual subcommittees send it in to Jen, and then it gets compiled, and we have one more meeting and we go through it. Or we can send everything into Jen, it gets compiled, and then we put it out and people comment on it, and then it still goes to an editing committee.
What do we think?
I like making comments by email.
Okay.
Yeah, part of it is we're starting into open meetings territory, so none of us are lawyers. I think this, to me, the safest thing to do is to take a vote. Take a vote on the recommendation, so not the background, not the conclusion, just the recommendations. My assumption is the editing committee is going to make non-substantive changes to the recommendations, and just the background and the conclusions would be derivative of that. So that the editing committee is not taking action on behalf of the committee outside of an open meeting.
Okay. And here's what I propose. We have all reviewed recommendations in the current document, except for the digital subcommittee's report. I would like to invite Aaron to present. And then I would recommend at that point, once we have reviewed Aaron's subcommittee report, we vote on the recommendations that are in this document.
Hey, real quick, Jen.
I'm sorry.
Aaron, I think Aaron's phone is picking up the reverb. It's really weird. Aaron, do you mind muting your phone real quick and seeing if Jen's voice gets normal?
How am I now?
You're echoing, Jen, or you were pretty badly.
Am I still echoing?
No, you're good now.
Okay. Aaron, then may I ask you, let me just flip around. You can use my computer.
Can you just repeat what you said before, Jen?
Sure, no problem. Simply proposing that Aaron present his subcommittee language. And at that point, we vote on the recommendations for the committee report. And at that point, we can nominate the editing committee. And then, especially if our goal is to get the recommendations rock solid. And then we can go back and take care of the executive summary and the background, since those will not be substantive voting matters. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
Excellent. Aaron, I'm going to let
You
you.
want me to use your mic, or do you want to mute your audio?
I can mute my audio.
All right, am I coming through?
Yes.
Okay, let me enlarge this for folks. So I'm going to just focus on the recommendations. There's three that Amy, these are the ones I sent you in September, other than a couple slight wording differences. What I sent you last night was background and conclusion, and I'm not going to talk about those necessarily. So the first one is TA should require through administrative rule that every local education agency adopt or review and revise as needed a digital accessibility policy that includes the following three things: a statement of purpose, scope, and accountability for compliance. At minimum, the scope must include electronic documents, audiovisual materials, mobile apps, and web-based content, whether used as primary, secondary, or supplemental material. The policy must also address procurement of in-scope materials from third parties. So the gist of this is, I would say, consistent with what public and private sector organizations are doing in terms of establishing digital accessibility policies. The idea of those first three bullets on statement of purpose, scope, and accountability is kind of standard compliance policy practice. These four areas of electronic documents, audiovisual materials, mobile apps, and web-based content cover the vast majority of digital materials that students would encounter. Oh, and then the last item here is to make sure procurement is part of it, since many state agencies, and I would assume LEAs are the same way, end up buying things rather than making them themselves. So they need to address accessibility as part of that. Thoughts, questions? Okay. Second one is TA should identify at minimum the top 5 most critical barriers to the accessibility of digital materials used with students. For each of these barriers, TA or qualified designee should: 1, develop or procure self-guided training not to exceed 15 minutes for any one barrier for faculty and staff. And 2, a job aid or checklist that to assist in determining acceptable accessibility of digital materials. Just behind this one is trying to find a tractable solution to a problem that often seems to be and can be overwhelming, which is how do I make everything accessible? So this does a few things. One is it's establishing at least a minimum of 5 critical barriers. That could be things like website accessibility or captioning on videos, or however that chooses to be operationally defined. Going back to what Agatha talked about earlier, the policy recommendation here is meant to be more general and kind of fit whoever wants to adopt and use this and adapt it to their needs. To try to make this not overly burdensome. So with the first bullet here, giving the option to develop or procure the self-guided training, putting a time limit of that of 15 minutes for any one topic area, to really help educate the faculty and staff on a particular area. Not that they will become a domain expert, but at least proficient and competent and conversant in that area. And then really creating some sort of job aid or checklist or some other long-lasting reference material. It's one thing to get trained, it's another thing to be 6 months later to go like, oh, I remember getting trained in this, but I can't remember what I'm supposed to do. This job aid or checklist or reference material would be a way of going like, but I do have this and I can refer back to it, and the training is going to come back to me. One other note here is this is really focused on self-directed, kind of on-demand type training, not sitting in a classroom and for 4 hours to get 2 years worth of training done all at once. This is really meant to be kind of adapted to the way and opportunities that the different faculty and staff, teachers, and so forth may be able to learn at their own pace. So that's the second one. Any questions about that one, or additions, edits, thoughts? Okay, and the last one is related to that second one because it's focused on training. And that's because mostly what we've heard is, hey, there's just so much out there, I don't even know where to start, I can't keep up. So the policy is meant to be foundational, and these two are really meant to be on awareness and education and training and reference. So the third recommendation I'm putting forward here, TEA should establish a template of procedures for ARD committees for when assistive technologies and/or built-in accessibility features are an integral part of the student's education plan, that sufficient training is provided to the student, faculty, and staff, and their support network to work toward and ultimately achieve proficiency with the technical solution. A couple things to note on this one. Again, this is trying to recognize that there is a network starting with the student, the school side of that support network, as well as our own personal side of the support network, parents or guardians, and so forth. So making sure that's supported, all of those different roles are supported. To recognize that most of these individuals probably don't have a lot of familiarity with either accessible technology or assistive technology. The distinction there is accessibility. Accessible technology is a piece of mainstream technology that have features built in that support people with disabilities. Assistive technology would be, generally speaking, dedicated hardware, software tools that address the specific needs of a person with a disability. That's slightly different than you'll see in the Assistive Technology Act, which basically says assistive technology is anything that supports the functional needs of a person with disability. But I wanted to make sure I was making a distinction here, so that you're like, hey, if I'm buying an iPad, well, there's a lot of accessibility features built in an iPad, but oh, that's not assistive technology. You know, that's not part of your plan. So that's why I'm making that distinction. And so this is really focused on providing support as it relates to the ARD committee, which is kind of a natural convening point for the support network, defining that generally has roles defined, and because of your role in that ARD committee, that it's important for you, starting with the student all the way through the other support roles, to be educated about how accessible and assistive technology is going to support that student's education. So this is the last one. Any comments, questions about this one or the other two? Okay.
I really like it, Aaron.
Thank you, Agatha. The
like
reason,
it
and I
too,
appreciate Justin at least
but
mentioning
now-
that digital. Oh,
Now that I'm looking at it again, I'm wondering if we should add a line about ensuring that the student is involved in choosing their own personal technology as a part of the ARD committee, and that they should have some training about how to use their technology.
I think we can put
Where we
something
would
in the
add that.
background, Amy, about how that the accessible assistive technologies could be school or personally provided. I didn't really want to get into defining where that came from, because this was more
But we need
focused
to
on.
make sure that the student or the person working with the student knows how to use it, because from personal experience, a lot of technology just gets put in a closet because it's a brick, because nobody knows how to use it, including the
Right.
student. So just make sure that we highlight that the student needs to know how to use it as well.
Yeah, it does.
I feel like that
Can
would be
provide
kind
the
of
student.
covered in the fact that we're saying that we're asking TEA to establish a procedure. So that would get covered more at a procedural level as opposed to, you know, we're an overarching,
Yeah,
you know,
I agree with
statute
that.
level and policy level. So I just don't know if that would be getting too granular. Because the procedure is going to need to reflect the overarching statute. Because that's the level that we're at, is the statute level. So
Anything else? All right, well,
Thank you, Aaron. Nice work.
I yield back to the chair.
Aaron, I think that was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Having said that, um, we do have all right, where am I going? Okay, let's come back up here. I'm going to call a vote on the following recommendations that we have already been through for this report. Please signify your decision in the chat. Are we as a committee satisfied with the recommendations in the FIE section of this report? Signify yes or no. The ayes have it. For data privacy, please signify yes or no. Excellent. For impartial hearing officers, yes or no on the recommendations? Excellent. The ayes have it. For staff qualifications, signify yes or no if you agree with the recommendations. Lovely. We are now to educator certification and educator preparation curriculum. We're just going to do, yes. Before we go into this, because we have not looked at it, I am also going to call a vote for the digital report that we just heard to add that, to agree to those recommendations being added to the report. Excellent. All right, we now have educator certification and prep, transition, educator prep and transition. Let's power it through, y'all.
Can you scroll up, just back up a little bit, or up? I always get confused whether it's up or down. Back to the top. So it started out, the summary is talking about like out of school suspension and things like that, but then we go into dyslexia training. Is it all going to be tied together somehow, or is it?
I believe because of what we had in the last report regarding IEPs, that they are kind of together. Amy and Agatha, am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
So since this was last year's, do we know what part of this got adopted? Because I know there was a ton of dyslexia additions last year, or 2 years ago, I guess.
I'm not aware of anything specifically from our recommendation that got passed.
So were the underlined sections the pieces that were being added to? Making sure I'm reading. I know things like D, effective evidence-based strategies and methodologies, like that's in the dyslexia handbook. I feel like most.
This one may need us to re-look at some of the language,
Okay,
which we can
Maybe a comparison or something.
yeah, we
which
can do that in the editing
def-
committee.
Mhm. And then, you know, get finalized approval.
Okay,
That's perfect.
I would agree. I'm gonna call for a vote to allow the editing committee to update language on the recommendations for the body to look at once we get the edits complete.
And is there any other parts after that about the dyslexia? Are there more? Oh, there's a lot more. Oh, there we go. There's some of the positive behaviors.
What thoughts do we have?
I'm looking at it. I mean, it all makes sense. I'm not that familiar with this area to see, but if I don't know that it's really changed in 2 years. Except for, I think the handbook, the board's handbook changed, but I don't see a particular, this isn't the handbook that we're seeing quoted here. This is a statute, I believe, right?
Has everyone voted that wishes to vote? All right. Excellent. Finally, transition and graduation requirements. Amy, refresh my memory. Has a lot changed in the law since we wrote this report last?
No, not a lot has changed
Okay,
for these things. So I think we can just leave it.
okay. Then I move to approve this section of recommendations. Please signify your vote in the chat. Mhm.
I would maybe just like to compare it to, there were updates to transition. And if
Sure.
we do have things that are in there, I think that way we could really focus on the things that are not getting passed or pushed through, then that might give it more weight.
Excellent. Yes, I will then recommend that the editing committee take a look at this and make sure and check for clarification in the language. So that's the recommendations. Good job, y'all. Couple of quick things before we go on to minutes. So far on the editing committee of either volunteer or voluntold, I have Jen Stratton, Agatha Thibodeau, Amy Litzinger, and Aaron Banger. Does anybody else wish to join the merry little band?
Volunteer.
Excellent. April Estrada. Yeah. Just has to be fewer than 9. So I've got Jen, Agatha, Amy, April, and Aaron. Anyone else?
Sure, you want to be on it, your name is start with A.
Aaron just made the joke. Am I sure that I'm allowed to be on it because my name doesn't start with A? Good point. I appreciate the humor at this point in the day. With that, Agatha, my dear, how long does you think it's going to take you to get minutes approved?
Well, we have 8 minutes, so
Okay,
so do you want to go ahead and approve yours from?
I said at the outset that I had a technical issue, so I need to rewrite mine now. So here's what.
Because
I know that our meeting time is scheduled to end at 2 p.m. Can how much of the body can stay till 2:10? Aaron says he can. I know that Joanne's got a conflict. If we can keep quorum until 2 p.m. or 2:10 p.m., we should be able to get this done.
Well, then quickly, we need to get everything that's on our agenda out of the way. So that would be discuss possible future meeting dates and take action or possible action on current and future topics.
Okay.
So I would ask, do we need one more meeting before we turn in our report to TEA?
I don't think we do. I think that we've got enough here that's been voted on that the editing committee can take it from here.
I agree, as long as, editing committee can't change substance, as long as we're just changing, the wording and editorial and spelling and phrasing and all that kind of stuff. And adding to the informational part, I think that's fine. Unless the editing committee comes back and says we need to change this, but we don't know what we need to vote, but let's hope that's not the case. It seems like everything's pretty straightforward here.
And one last question for anyone that any subcommittees that have not turned in their recommendations. What's the due date for them to turn them in for the editing committee?
A few hours ago. I'm not sure, unless we get back together as a committee again, I don't know that we can vote on a recommendation, and that's got to be taken as a committee, which means it has to an open meeting and an announcement and all that kind of stuff. So if we think we'll have more recommendations and not just like background, we think we have more recommendations, that sort of forces us into doing another formal committee meeting. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but that would sort of be how I would make an educated guess of what will be required.
So any recommendations that were not in today won't be in the report?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I mean, the only other thing that I can think of is if we want to take a look at potentially meeting on Wednesday, November 9th, and just knock it all out then.
Which day are we talking about?
Wednesday, November 9th. Or Wednesday, November 2nd.
Are we expecting any other recommendations to come forth? That's the question before we.
Are we expecting anything else to come in, recommendations wise?
Maybe the question is anybody making additional recommendations?
Yes. Do we know of anyone in this committee who wishes to submit recommendations that has not yet done so?
Well, I mean, our subcommittees were funding, staff qualifications, staffing, digital literacy and accessibility, transition planning, and mental health and behavioral health and wellness.
I think many issues that would pertain to those subcommittees have been addressed in this document.
Have they submitted what they've worked on, I guess, the subcommittees?
I'm not sure that subcommittees have even met.
Well, we've met virtually. We were budgeting, but budgeting doesn't have anything to do with what we've discussed in the report. We also talked about transition, which has been covered. So,
yep.
Most of our budgeting actual recommendations were on transition, actually.
Right.
And they were on the funding weights not being by area of service, but by functional need, which we had a presentation.
Right.
We could just say that we recommend that TEA proceed with their plans to reorganize funding weights based on level of support need versus location. That would be the shortest way to say it.
Right. I agree with that.
Because they're already doing it. Just continue doing it and maybe write it into statute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do like the plan of aligning with the funding committee and the teacher retention or whatever they're calling it group, so that we're showing alignment with supporting whatever initiatives come out of those, since there's a lot of stakeholders involved in helping come up with those decisions too.
Okay. It is 2:00. Stephanie's got another meeting. We need to make some stuff happen here. Here's what I propose, given the information that we've got here. I propose a brief meeting from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on November 2nd to finish this document. And we'll go over meeting minutes at that point.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay, just so I can clarify, you're talking about a formal meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
All those in favor indicate in the chat. Stephanie, can you please make sure that we have a room on the 2nd at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.?
I will do that.
The second or the ninth?
Second.
Second. 1, 2, right?
2.
Do you have enough time to put that in the register? Stephanie, is that enough time to get something into?
Oh, I'm
the Secretary
sorry.
of State?
Aaron. It's supposed to be posted 30 days. I mean, that's for a notice of public meeting.
I thought it was
Okay.
10 days.
Maybe to check.
I want to say that Keith said it's 10 days.
Okay.
Could we do the 9th?
I can do the 9th.
I'm good
I
with either.
second the
I just
Let's
want to make
make-
sure that we can.
Yep,
do
let's
that.
make it the 9th. Is everyone still good with the 9th?
Yes.
Excellent. Then the charge for that meeting will be going over minutes from September and October and putting this report to bed.
And if anybody has a recommendation, that's their last chance.
If anybody else has a recommendation, I need it emailed to me no later than October 31st.
And that meeting is only from 9 to 11?
Yes.
And agenda items would be our report and minutes.
With that, if there is no further business before the committee, oh, one final thing for the agenda, we will set the February meeting at the November meeting.
Okay, so I have 3 things on the agenda. You're gonna finish the report, you're gonna review the minutes, and you're gonna set the February meeting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Amy Litzinger moves. Do I have a second?
A second.
Excellent. Hearing no objection, we stand adjourned. See y'all in a few weeks.